Well, did I promote this correctly? Am I here? Am I doing this right? Hold up, did I fix this? I did. How do you do this, man? Turn these off. That's what I forgot to do. Okay. You tell me. Are we living right now? As we speak? Also, this music is still so loud. Also, is my mic okay? That's the other thing I forgot to check. Oh, why do I sound like that? God damn it. I was just thinking about this, alright? Before the stream started, I was like, damn, yo, my audio in this stream sucks. I'm gonna change it. And I did. And it still sucks. Fuck, I hate audio testing. That's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna do audio testing. I don't know what it was about back then, but I just had like a secret sauce. You know what I mean? Never mind, it sounds fine. You sound completely fine. It's only when I monitor it. Okay. I'm gonna go crazy. Hi everybody. How are people doing? It's been a hot second. It's been like 6 days, no? 7 days? 5 days? Around there. I'm tired. Actually, not really. Very funny story. So I didn't... Well, not funny, but... I didn't do the other stream because I didn't sleep that night. It was just really unfortunate timing. I had taken a nap the night before, right? And then after I had woken up, I'd played Eternal Return with Boy. And what do I call the other person? I don't know what I call him, but another person. And like during that like little stint of playing, I missed my like, what is it called? My clock, my internal clock. Of like, you're tired, you're not tired anymore. Sorry. You can't fall asleep anymore. Sucks to suck, you know? And I couldn't go to sleep that night, which was unfortunate. So I was like, fuck it. I'm not... If it was like a regular, like, I didn't know what I was gonna do kind of stream, you know what I mean? If I didn't know, I would have still streamed. But because I knew that I had to fight a boss, another one, and I know what that boss was gonna be like, kind of. I knew what I expected. There was gonna be a boss, and I was probably gonna be the same as the last stream, where I spend like 7 hours doing it. I wasn't gonna last that. I wasn't. So I said fuck it, and I stopped. I canceled. Right? And honestly, I thought today was gonna be fine. I actually got some really good sleep Tuesday night, and then it went into Wednesday. Like, I fell asleep at like 1 or 2. And I woke up at like 8 or 9. Or 10. Which is really good. But no. Last night I fell asleep at like 4. Or like 3. Which is better than nothing. But I was kind of tired out of my mind today. When I woke up. But yeah, that's how my day is going so far. Not June yet. I woke up tired. I went downstairs. My dog peed on the floor. I don't know why. He like always does this. Not always. He hasn't done it recently, so I didn't think it'd be a problem. But he did it again today, and I was like, God damn it. Cause I'm like, it's like 10 o'clock. It's been like around like 40 to like an hour, 40 minutes to like an hour since my mother's left the house. I assume that she like took him out before she left, so I'm like, okay, it's probably fine. But then he right there. It's not like anything happened. He walks into the kitchen. I see him, and I'm like, "What's up with that look on your face?" And I look into the living room, and he's just there. I'm like, God damn it, you know this is a problem. I know you know this is wrong. Maybe something's up with him. Maybe his time has come. I keep saying that. He's a really old dog. He's like reaching like 11 years or something this year. Or he did? I think he did. Back in August. Right. And maybe he'll croak. I don't think anybody likes me joking about that. Especially my brother. I don't think my brother likes those jokes. So I don't say them a lot of the time. But that man's on his last legs. It'll be strange. I don't want to talk about death. I don't want to talk about death. I'm like, I can feel myself slowly pivoting into it, and I'm like, no. Not right now. I'm actually extremely tired. Hopefully after the hour today, I can be like better, and then I'll take a nap. And then oh my god, I have so much work to do. Yo, Sock, what's up? I'm actually kind of stressed about that. So I made this announcement yesterday, right? Hello, hi. You're hi. Did something happen? You're very excited today. Yeah, I'm very stressed out about some of the stuff that's happening. Mainly because I think either way I'm gonna miss something, right? And most likely I'm gonna miss. There's not gonna be a short this Friday, probably. I'm just feeling right. That's good to hear. What is Nagash? Though I don't know what that is. I'm good. I'm glad you're feeling good though. It's like the opposite of me. Not that I feel bad right now. I'm just tired and I have a bit of a headache. Other than that, I'm fine. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah, I'm very stressed out about. I'm not stressed, but it's the most pressure that I felt in a little bit, in terms of like, kind of time crunching things. Because I also have like other things to do outside of that. You know, outside of my channel, like there is a thing that I need to do soon, before a deadline hits. Soon, that really conflicts with everything else, which I can just do after, right? The deadline's after the war. I'm not like not super pressured about that, but it does need to happen at some point. Where? With everything colliding on Friday. Kind of sucks. It'll be the most eventful Friday on this channel ever, mainly because I don't do anything on Fridays other than posting shorts. Actually, I do that on Fridays, but you know, and there won't even be a short. It'll just be a full-on stream. I guess that's okay, right? Replacing a short with a full stream, and then not doing a stream on Saturday. That sucks. But yeah, I do have plans on Saturday, and when I mean I do have plans, I mean there are plans that haven't been finalized that I don't even know are gonna happen. Izu was like, "Hey, you want to go somewhere?" And he asked me, and I'm like, "Okay, sure." If my brother's okay to go, and he's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Okay, let's go." And he's like, "Okay, I gotta ask Orphan," and Orphan hasn't responded. So that's how that's going. I might have just canceled the Saturday stream for nothing. But it's fine. It's always like that usually. It's either there's like a hint of a plan for one day, or I get told of a plan the night before. And that's what it's been like recently with like going out with the boys. It also doesn't help that I just went out like last week over the weekend. Didn't I? Was it like Sunday or Monday? I did. I went out to Boy's place the other day. I don't know for what. Oh, because like I don't know. He's like in school. I don't know what I call him. Do I call him Persimmon? I probably do. I'm gonna call him Purse. Yeah, cause Percy? Got it. Yeah, Percy, who's Boy's cousin that I remember mistaking him for his little brother at some point. Yeah, he said he missed us, and me, Orphan, and Oni, we were like, okay, let's go over, and then we went over and then we hung out. That was the trip where I realized basically, but they're cousins. They are brother coded, but they're cousins. But yeah, we went over, we hung out, we ordered like pizza. Not pizza, we ordered flatbread. Everyone got burgers except for me. I just ate wings with hot honey. And we played a few games. We showed Percy some Eternal Return because Percy was interested in that. And I realized that I can fall asleep fucking anywhere if I'm tired enough, except for my own bed. I fucked up. I fucked up really bad. To be fair, this was like a long time coming. Like this is just something that I did in school, right? But especially, I think specifically in high school, my room is so small that I don't have like a proper desk anywhere or like a proper workspace. Like I have my computer desk, right? But like I would have to like move my keyboard and my mouse, right? And there's not enough space for that. I wouldn't even know where to put it. I'd have to unplug it and then replug it, and it was a whole thing. So I did a lot of work and a lot of just assorted things, like playing games sometimes, like on my phone, like on my bed. I just laid on my bed, and because of that, I think it's the thing where it's like my brain is rewired, where it's like I'm gonna lay on my bed. Oh, he's gonna like do something, right? He's gonna play a video game, or he's gonna watch a video, or do work. God forbid he does work in his bed. But yeah, that happens now, and I'm like, fuck. Because here's the thing, I immediately, as I knew I was like kind of tired as soon as I got to Boy's place. As soon as we got there and we were like talking about Eternal Return, we were finished and we ordered the food. And after we ate, they were like, hey, we're gonna play a game. And I'm like, And they're like, okay, but there's 5 of us, and it's 4 people per game, right? So I'm like, okay. I immediately went into boy's room, laid on his bed, and like fell asleep for like a solid like 30 minutes. The thing is, I'm always cautious about falling asleep anywhere, really. The way I set up my bed and kind of my process of falling asleep is very like, not, I don't want to say sacred, right? But it's very like specific. You know, I have like a night routine, or like it's specifically about like my face, right? I'm scared like if I fall asleep with like any dirt on my face, it's gonna like, ah, there's acne there now they have to deal with for the next like week to like month, and I'm like, great. You know what I mean? So I'm like, fuck. I don't. I'm scared, but sometimes I just fucking take the dive. And I'm like, I'm tired, and I just seriously. You ever know when? Oh God. He's like looking over from like the end of the bed, peeking right next to your feet. That's why you always cover your feet before you go to sleep. Not because they're gonna get cold at night, but because the tickle man's gonna come and get them. It's scary, man. But yeah, I can fall asleep anywhere, usually, if I'm like tired enough, like super tired enough, and I'm like comfortable enough. Like I think that's also a reason why I growing up too. I guess it was even before high school, huh? Because here's the thing, you know, kids, when you were like way younger, you never wanted to go to sleep, right? You always wanted to go to sleep kind of doing, or you kind of wanted to like pass out doing things, like you know what I mean? And when I was younger, right? Um as every kid does, they have a bedtime. And bedtime was hard because I hated bedtime. I wanted to I wanted to do more things. I wanted to like do kid things more, which was just me watching like videos or like playing games, right? And like when I like shared a room with my sister, right? I one of the things I used to do was like in the room with me. So my sister was in the room, right? And we were on a bunk bed. And it's like my sister would be on the bottom bunk, I would be on the top bunk. First of all, hot as fuck up there, right? Second of all though, she was like a watchdog. She was watching my every move. She was like, Hase, don't grab this thing. What was this thing? This thing was an iPad. My most prized possession back then. I used to have an iPad. And what I would try to do every night was I tried to reach my hand down to try to grab it. Because it was like barely in reach, right? I'd have to really stretch my arm out. Sometimes she would catch me, sometimes she wouldn't. But a lot of the time, it was just me stretching my arm trying to get to it, and then I get it. And then I'd sit in my bed with my iPad and stay up all night. Up until like, well, all night like in kids' time, which was like until like 11 or 12. Past 12 didn't exist for me as a kid. Past 12 was like were dead hours. if I ever like went into those times, I would be sent to like the shadow realm. Oh man, am I like mega tired? Should I have just gone back to sleep this morning? That's not good. I barely got on stream in time, so maybe you just gotta do this. But yeah, it went from that to that was in elementary school, and then it went from that to middle school, which my sister had moved out by that point, and I had the room to myself. I still had like a bedtime, and my parents still took my phone from me at night. But I still did things because I had a 3DS and a laptop that I used at night. They took my phone, but they never took my laptop, surprisingly. They were only concerned about the phone. I don't know if it's because they would like hear me use my laptop at night or what. And even then. They just never did. No, don't tell her. Don't tell them. My mother was the most strict with it. My dad kind of just complied with it. And I was like, this is annoying. Yeah, I had a 3DS that I like. I think I've talked about this before, but that's how I kind of like got into singing. At night, I would like listen to a song, and then I would go to like the Vocaloid like lyric wiki on my 3DS, and I would look at lyrics on there. It was very rough, but I was like, I gotta make do with what I got. And then it evolved into me using my computer. And then like middle school to high school was when they were like, I don't care what you do whatever you want. You can sleep at whatever time as long as you keep going to school. And I'm like, okay. And I kept going. And they were like, he's good. He's okay. But like just barely. Just enough to not be truant. That's how much of school I went to. But yeah, that really affects my sleep now. As someone who like is constantly tired and wants to sleep all the time, when I'm finally like, I think I should relax and like just like take a nap or something, and then I lay on my bed and then I'm not able to sleep, that's the worst. That sucks. Because that happened last night, because we were done playing Eternal Return very early. Well, early in terms of like the average time. Well, not even. My sleep was fucked up. Okay, my sleep was only fucked up for that little bit because it was like Sunday. Yeah, it was Sunday night where me and my brother decided to just fucking run it. Run like a couple games until like 4 in the morning. And if you add that, because my sleep schedule was fine before that, I kind of slept around like 12 in the morning, 12 or 11 in the morning, at night, 11, 12 at night. And that was only because on Thanksgiving my cousin was at my place until like 1 in the morning, right? So it was like an evolution of steps. There were steps to this outcome, right? So yeah, the 4 a.m. one was the big one, right? And I was like, oh god, it's so early. I gotta sleep, right? I don't know how my brother does it. I think he's just really strict with his sleep, and when he wakes up and when he doesn't wake up. So like he never has problems with us. But like he must be miserable sometimes. Like that day. To be fair, that day of us playing, right? One, it was kind of miserable. Not miserable. Like we still had fun, obviously, but two, like it. The only reason why we went so long is because like was because we did the don't end on an L thing, end on a W. We wanted to end on a W, and we weren't like tryharding, right? But we did want to win at some point. But we just kept going. We kept going. We kept going. And we kept we kept going. And then we did win a game. At some point we won a game. We did. I remember the exact game we won a game. And that was cool. In a battle royale? Well, it's a turn or return. In a turn or return, it's very easy to win. Very easy to win an eternal return game compared to other like battle royales. Maybe it's because of the I don't know if it's because Eternal Return caters more to my skill set compared to like FPS battle royales especially, or if it's like just Eternal Return being, I don't know. Every time I talk to, or every time I have to like not explain either. Explain isn't the right word. Or whenever I have to. Whenever I think about Eternal Return and like its mechanics, I'm always like, this is pretty like but simple. You know what I mean? But then like everyone else is, basically everyone else in the group, they're like, I don't know what I'm doing, right? Boy said this. Izu said this. I don't know if Percy said this, right? I think Hollow's had kind of the same mindset too. Though Hollow is constantly trying to improve, and I admire him for that. Girl couple, I haven't heard like an opinion on either, really. And but everyone's just saying like, yeah, there's so much to learn. I don't know anything to do. And she's like, really? Because just like, you know, you build your build, then you fight people, and then you just go to objectives. And yeah, there are little like mini parts to every like objective, right? But over time, you'll learn them. Or not over time. I don't think. I will be frank. Eternal Return isn't something that you'll learn like, oh, you could do this with this. Like, that's okay. You know, that makes sense. Yeah, Kuro and Shiro. I never thought. I just called them girl couple and guy couple. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna call him Kuro Shiro now. Yeah, Kuro didn't really have a problem with it. Or didn't really say anything about how complicated the game was. But to be fair, she hasn't played the game that much. She's only played like custom games with us. And also she's also busy with her own thing, so I'm like not super concerned about her. Yo, I will say, and I don't know if he'll take this as an insult or not, fucking Hollow is like the most ballsy of us. It may not, I don't know, it may not come off as this, right? But Hollow is like the most ballsy, sorry, I like a mind reset. Is the most ballsy person in the group. Not for one specific reason, right? That guy fucking just solo queues sometimes. It's fucking crazy to me. There's no one else in the group that does that. Like, generally. We like playing games together. Like, as fundamentally as a friend group, I think that's one of the things that we like. That's one of the things that we do, or that we like rely on. Is like we never solo queue. We always like dual queue or like group queue for games, right? We never play a game by ourselves. That dude, it's really funny. I logged on to Eternal Return one day because I was like, I forget what I was doing. I either wanted to look at some characters or I wanted to like look at replays. As like I think it was just to like kill time. Not kill time, but during a break. And I hopped on and I saw fucking Hollow just like, I saw one person online and I was like, who is that? And it was like Hollow. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it said his name was Blue and it had playing under it. And I'm like, right now? And I'm like, maybe he's going against bots, right? And then I'm like, I messaged him on Eternal Return and he's like, oh. And I was like, you won't play? And he's like, okay. And then he started talking about like how he was trying to get some practice in and that he probably made his teammates mad. I'm like, whoa, ballsy. I can't believe he did that. To be frank, I would do that too for Eternal Return. I would solo queue. I'm like confident enough in my abilities in that game to solo queue, but I don't because I don't know what it is about Eternal Return. People in that game are mean. People in that game are fucking rude. It's only happened like a handful of times. There was one very funny time where it was like, where he was like blatantly fucked up, and I was like, this guy's just an asshole, and I think he's really funny. I want to rage bait him, just a little bit, but like this because incidents like this have happened a couple times, where it's like, yeah, there's just this one person that's like kind of an asshole that I ran into. Like this actually happened during my Eternal Return stream from like the beginning of this year. We ran into that Aya that was kind of an asshole, right? That wasn't fun. And actually yesterday she didn't like trash talk us, right? When we played, right? And I think it's mainly because we won that game, right? But we ran into this Kathy yesterday that was really like, I was kind of scared to mess up with her. With her on our team. I was like, ooh, is it Aya's on site? Yeah. Fuck Aya. She's not even that good anyways. I tested her out the other day. She does not feel good to play. Like there's so many other ADCs or like even mages that I would rather play other than Aya. I do still prefer Mage Aya over ADC Aya. ADC Aya does not feel good. It is amazing how not good she feels. Yeah, I'd much rather play like a Kacha or like a Tsubame or even a Chloe. Says the Chloe main. I was a Chloe main. I don't main anybody anymore. Maining people is overrated. I prefer to just play everybody. Set my sights in different places. That's how I have fun. But yeah, Aya is annoying. It's not a good character. Also, person that played her, not great. But to be fair, I did kind of throw whatever game we were playing there. So I don't blame her for being frustrated. I do. It's whenever people open their mouths. That's it. I'm like, it's okay. I understand. I get it. Go next, you know. But it's whenever it's whenever they say something is when I'm like, all right, you're done. You know what I mean? Because I've talked about this, right? There's no point in there's no point in saying anything to like your peeps, like especially after the game is over, because they're not gonna remember it. You know what I mean? They're not gonna they're not gonna take whatever you say seriously. You know what I mean? There's like no point unless like during the game it's fine, right? Like you guys are on a team, you guys are working together, but it's after a game you guys start like taking pot shots at each other or like shit talking each other. That's when I'm like, asshole. You know what I mean? I don't care for like during the game. I understand like if they're like comms that you want to like throw out, or like if you want to communicate something that can't be communicated through pings, that's fine. But like as soon as you like say anything more after a game, anything more than like a GG, well played, you know what I mean? Or like say and like want to like talk bad, that's when I'm like, you lost me. You know what I mean? Man, do I talk about God? We ran into this really funny player the other day where it was a Hyunwoo, and he was like the most uncooperative player I'd ever met. Because like the game started fine, and then even up until like day or night 2, right, it was going fine. You know, we'd won a couple team fights, but there were like signs. There were signs that he wasn't gonna be like an amazing teammate. One of those fights we won without him. We won a 2v3 without our Hyunwoo, which was like a, it's good. He wasn't there for the fight, and we still won. You know, a bit of a confidence boost, right? But then he question mark pinged us at some point, and he like typed in chat, and I'm like, oh, you know. And then the biggest sign was when both me and Oni, we were duo queuing at the time. Me and Oni, we had died because we took a 2v3 in forest trying to get Tree of Life. Hyunwoo, not there. Straight up, not there. Right? And you know, because he was away, and it was at the point of the game where you have to res your teammates at kiosks. You have to res them at like the credit shop. We were like, okay, well, Hyunwoo just has to res one of us, and then we can res the other person, right? And it'll be all good. That dude, stood around for like a whole like phase, like day 3, right? Waiting to buy something, right? And he was walking back and forth to and from the kiosk. He was farming. He was waiting around. Also, he walked over to Oni's body and question mark pinged it at some point. And that was like, ugh, you know what I mean? And then he walked over to the kiosk, right? And we're like waiting for him to res. We're like, yeah, just res us. Come on, just res us. You know what he did? He bought a mithril. He bought a mithril. Isn't that fucking wild? We're right there ready to be resed, and he just... mithril. I want a mithril. And it's like, that's more expensive than resing. Resing is 200. Mithril is 250. Even if you have the discount perk, it'd still be like 225, 235. This makes no sense. And then as soon as he ordered it, he got jumped. And then after the game, he was like, he said, of course, OFC, both dead. And I'm like, dude, just fucking res us, dog. I didn't say that. I just said, just res us at the kiosk, dog. And then he left. And I was like, we ran into him a couple more times after that game. Like on different queues. And unfortunately we didn't win any of those games, but I'm pretty sure he recognized us. And even if he didn't, he was still the same asshole that he was before. I remember he was like trying to ape boy or something in like cemetery, and he was like hard chasing him, and then I caught up and we killed him, and then he started like, there's a really obnoxious emote in the game where it's like, I don't know how to describe it. He started like emoting, and I was like, what an asshole. What a petty asshole. I'm about to be petty back to him. Every time I see him, I'm gonna ape him. Straight up. Like, I hope he's never on my team again. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty sure if you, cause I reported him. He that's how annoying he was to me. I reported him. And I'm pretty sure, like, when you report someone, they put them on a list on, like, don't match these two together. These two do not want to play together, right? Hopefully, I hope that's how that works. But if it doesn't, and I get matched up with them one day, I'm not gonna throw his game. I can't. I'm not gonna. I believe in playing to your best abilities more than like trying to grief someone who you don't like, right? But if he's dying, I'm not rezzing him. No, I am. I'll still play, you know. But if I ever get matched against him, it's on fucking sight. That's the most I can do. Yeah. That guy. I don't know. It feels like just like a bunch of like league players are coming. Cause that's like peak league, like behavior to me. Like just being kind of petty, you know. Be kind of petty, just a giant asshole, and just like trying to start some shit. It's just like, first of all, you named yourself God, right? That should have been a sign. You know what I mean? Anybody who names themselves that and has kind of an ego and they're level 9. I checked. I fucking checked. I checked that shit. I'm like, okay, what right does he have to say anything about us? Nothing. He was level 9. He knew nothing about the game, which was obvious because he didn't press us at the kiosk. So it's like, my hands are up. I hope he finds this stream to know that I'm talking bad of him. And then what is he gonna do? God. How annoying. But yeah, Eternal Return's fun. I have fun with the game, generally. Yeah, well, I do say, like, we run into, like, some bad people in solo queue. Some bad people, some scary people that you know, kind of scared to mess with. Thank God we didn't like throw the game for that Kathy yesterday, because that would have been a thought and a half going to sleep, right? But there's still some very good people on Eternal Return. Some people in there that are just trying to play a good game, have fun, and I'm all for it. We actually had this really nice interaction with like another player because we got matched up with them twice. Me and Oni, and we were like, "Oh, hey, oh, what's up? Oh, what's up?" I said that to them, and they were like, "Oh shit, yo." Right? And I'm like, "Oh, sick." And then we got like 7th that game. But you know, sometimes it's all about just having fun. And I'm all for that. It's just when people are assholes in a normal game. That's what gets to me. normal games. Why was they're normal games? Who cares? You know, like I would understand. Not even I wouldn't even understand if there was like a ranking, right? It'd just be like, oh well, go next. You know what I mean? But like, what's gonna happen in a normal game? You know, what's gonna happen in a normal game that's gonna that's gonna constitute that? Nothing. Who cares? Go next. Even I get frustrated sometimes at some of the things that happen in a turn or return sometimes. Like when we're constantly fighting and we're constantly getting picked off one at a time and we're falling behind by the second. That's annoying. Cause then what happens is like we either especially if we don't die. So this is specifically if we don't die, right? We're gonna keep respawning and then we're gonna keep getting behind. And what's gonna happen is we're gonna be like last four, like in the last like four teams, 3 teams, and then we're gonna get jumped on by team 3, and then we're gonna die instantly, and gonna have to have wasted like 15-20 minutes. That's what's gonna happen. That's annoying, especially if it happens like 4 or 5 times in a row. I get frustrated about that. But it's never gonna constitute anything unsavory for me. I don't think so. Yeah. They're like you can add that onto the list. Things I don't like: toxic gamers in normal queues, smart asses, and there was another one I was just thinking about. I forget. But yeah. God, I love to do an Eternal Return stream. Actually, no, I wouldn't. My brother was actually just talking about this the other day. But he was like, damn, there's no one who makes content for this game. And I'm like, yeah. Not that the audience for it is gone. I'm pretty sure, honestly, Eternal Return as like a game is pretty polished. Back then it was super like not rough, right? I still liked it back then, but there were definitely they've made a bunch of like quality of life changes recently. Cuz I think even compared to like even compared to back then, like a year ago back then, or like when I played last time. Uh Eternal Return, it feels a lot better than it did before. To be fair though, a lot of the characters feel the game feels a lot better and a lot of characters feel better. They fucking gutted my boy Leon. Holy shit. I don't know how to play that guy at all. Leon, he's like a water boy. He like swims and he was like this bruiser this bruiser that was like a really good initiator, and he had like a wave, and then he punched carries and then he kills them, right? I don't know what they did to him, but he is like as squishy as like a bat now. Holy crap, I cannot play that dude. I tried so hard one game trying to play Leon because I was just like, I miss my boy. I played him a little bit. I tried really hard, but I just couldn't like I couldn't like clock it. I couldn't clock like his playstyle or like how to like work him. It was really hard. I think they put him in the same category as like Lee Dailin, and that's a problem because I don't like Lee Dailin. Lee Dailin is a very hard character that I don't fully understand. Oh man, look at all these games I've been playing recently. Look at all these characters. I don't even know if I'll be able to play more tonight. I'm one, tired, but also two, I do have some things that I have to do. Oh wow, there are three mans in this game. I have a lot of things to do. I have a lot of things to prepare actually for tomorrow. I haven't talked about that at all. But yeah, I'll just make a vocal announcement about it. There's a stream tomorrow. There's gonna be a stream tomorrow. I had to move the stream to tomorrow because of the plans I have on Saturday. It's the war stream. It's the 200 sub stream. Hey, if even if that sub count goes back down to 199, the stream's still happening. Of course, it's still happening. And it has to happen. There are so many like stipulations that are trying so hard to like make me be like cancel. But I'm trying real hard to make it happen. Like, but there's still some things about that I haven't set up yet. So, if today's stream has to end early for that, then it will. It absolutely will. And also, it's coming at the sacrifice of the clip tomorrow. There's gonna be no short tomorrow because I didn't make one. Completely forgot. Not even completely forgot. I have come to the point where I've not exhausted my clipping. There's an endless amount of like stream clips that are out in the world, right? Of me, and I'd be like, yeah, that's funny, right? It's just I don't I don't want to. I'm tired of looking at my editor screen. So that's going on pause. For who knows how long, but it's going on pause. Hi, Sirs, by the way. Yeah, Clippy's just kind of annoying now. So, there's not going to be any more for a bit. At least until I'm like, cool, I can keep doing this. In the meantime, I got music to work on. I think that's what it is. It's so hard to balance clipping and doing music. I tried so hard to keep a rule for myself where it was like, you'll do clips one week and then you do music another week. And I'm like, cool, right? But it's like half my days are already being taken up by streams. And then like another half of my days are being taken up with other work. So like I'll only have like 1 or 2 days to work on anything outside of that, right? And like, yeah, that's enough time to do like a clip, right? But that's only enough time to do only a clip, right? And no music. Like none of that. It'll 2 days for a song, for like even just like a short thing, that's too much. And then like it's like, okay, well, I can still do clips, so I do clips, but then like you get burned out on it, especially if it's something that you don't especially love doing. Not to say that I don't have fun doing clips, like it's just that my creative energy for like making those videos is so like it runs out so quick. The last clip was such a stretch. And it shows statistically. Straight up. So it's just like, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop. Focus on music. Music is what I want to do anyways. So it's fine. I guess we can get started with the game. Completely forgot. Dude. Ah. Man. Remember when I played Honey Pop for the... Oh my god, wait, did I make a promise? Was that it? Oh my god, was that the very first promise? Or did I make that at 500? No. I just remembered something. I was gonna talk about how like, cuz I played Honey Pop for my 100 sub stream, right? Did I say something along the lines of I would do a full playthrough if I reached a certain point? I did, right? I forget what. And I'm not gonna remember what. That stream was so weird because I was so like... Because I don't think it was 200 that I said I would do it at. I think I said it was like 500 for members. And I don't make it a members only thing. And not to say that, ooh, spicy Honey Pop gameplay on Hase membership, because YouTube will still not allow that. But like, I'd be more comfortable playing it there. I not a weird, I don't want to say weird because it was very justified. A stipulation about people not being cool enough to watch that stream because it was Honey Pop, and it was very true. I was very right in having that stipulation. Excuse me. Damn, I have to sing today. Sing? I have to voice act today. I bring the heat, I bring the speed. Come on, come on. We go infinity. From the sky rain down like a monster. Take. 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 I'm still like out of it. My eyes, they're doing the thing where they like... Do people eyes do this? Like they feel like they're burning? I opened up Eternal Return instead of the fucking Ace Attorney game. My bad. Shit. Fuck. I can't believe this. What a fucking Freudian slip. Sorry, guys. That must be so funny for the people that are on my friends list. Why is he opening up Eternal Return? Is he playing Eternal Return today? No. We have investigations to do. Yo, I only noticed it because it said like your controller is not supported, and I'm like, why? It was always supported before. And I was like, oh, wrong game. Whoopsies. It's actually because I opened a turn and return earlier. Just because I was looking at a replay. A turn and return stream. I mean, I said it already, right? It's gonna take a bit of, not convincing. Well, yes, convincing. It's gonna take a lot of not even a lot of resolve from me. Cause let's be frank, people already don't have a say in what I stream. I'm not gonna start listening to people now. I mean, it's gonna take a lot of resolve for me to do that. Just cause I don't know. I think it comes down to like the time that I play a turn and return, that I would theoretically, which would be like whoopsies, like 12 my time, which is people aren't playing. And everybody who is playing at that time are kind of assholes because it's all they do. If they're playing a turn and return at 12 in the afternoon, it's all they do for a living. You know what I mean? So, maybe. I do love a turn and return. And also, I've also already stated my opinions on playing it with the boys, right? So yeah, it's a hard sell. Truly, it's a hard sell. Unless they give me a free pass into their creator program. A turn or return. Nimble Neuron. You love your content creators, don't you? They do have like an eternal return like content creator like club, isn't it? Isn't it? Give me a second. I'm gonna look this up. Actually, I just want to see, because I'll tell you what, I'm creator program. Yeah, I'm not gonna create content for eternal return. Friends and family coupons. So I see your friends. Oh. Be 13 years old or older. Wow. Also, these requirements are kind of strict. 30+ hours of streams per month, and then 30 average monthly viewers. Isn't that crazy? That's for live streaming. For YouTube, it's 500 views and 4 uploads per month. Isn't that crazy? That's a lot. And I think I've also already stated my thoughts on having like a community that's mainly focused on a video game rather than having it be focused around a personality. But I'll save that for another time because we gotta play some Ace Attorney. Man, it's been a while. I'm trying to adjust my screen. Okay. Cool. Hi. So, last time I played Ace Attorney, it was 2 weeks ago. We finished the trial. The first part of the trial. And Cosmo was like... Oh, we were pressing the dude about, about the professor. And then he went crazy and, like, had a seizure. And then he died or something. And then it just skipped after that. And it's like, oh, Cosmo knows something about this that we don't. What do we do? And, yeah. That's all I remember, really. And now we're gonna go into the second part of the investigation. Hopefully, it isn't too long. If I'm being honest, I hope it isn't too long. But it's not gonna be as long as it was before. I almost guarantee it, so. We got investigating to do. Also got a voice act. Ah! Oh, okay. The 2nd of November. 3:38 p.m. Sholmes Suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems that Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events in his mind. Nobody knew of his secret. Not his family. Not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? This is Iris, right? I didn't grab water. I should have grabbed water. Uh, oh, Reno. Oh, that's not your voice. Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie had an exhausting day so far, hadn't you? Oh, my controller. Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you know what happened to? Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back in the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no. I don't know. He just suddenly sprang off his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in the world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? What the fuck's he on about? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open up your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea. And then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. With barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Is it? Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. What? Okay. I don't have to investigate anything here, right? Bless. Yeah. This is why it would take less time to do this. I don't have to check everything again. Thank you, Iris. Alright. Oops. So, how'd it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth of what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Von Zeeks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. What, is he guilty until proven innocent? Here? What up? Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? My controller. Thank you. Work, please. And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Von Zeeks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still some unanswered questions about Lord Von Zeeks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was this notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases that are linked to the Reaper. I'm starting to have a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear. That sounds like something horribly devilish. We must start looking into Inspector Gregson's the movements as of late. Shit. Which means we have to talk to Gino. I never imagined I might be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to his entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the red-headed leak the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same thing as Hurley? Ugh. Oh, your voice. Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the red-headed leak that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. And that does sound true, actually. Why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep a secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. More potent than vinegar? Really? I think perhaps we should move away from food analogies. Well, anyway. If Lord Von Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Cool. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came by to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes to help if he would help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck on us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? The same one? Bartholomew? Oh, St. Sinners. Okay. Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Well, that's alright. Amazing, you're now. No. You found the... Your fucking voice. I really wish I had water with me. I only have soda. That's amazing, Rena. Oh. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay Mr. Vigil a visit, don't you? Back to St. Sinners again, huh? Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full with piping hot extra special blend of mine. Huh? Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go see what we can find out. Yay! Oh, cool, we have Iris. That's fun. It's actually... Iris. I like Iris. As like a character, I actually really like Iris. Irish? Iris. Is she my favorite of the main cast? Probably. But... well, wherever we go, the Great Detective's room is always full of... Hi. The 2nd of November, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Why are we up here? So they want us to go to the prison and the Lord Chief Justice's office. Why? Susato, what do we do?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. We must go back to work as soon as possible. Whoops. Oh, you're here. The 2nd of November, the British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Sogi. You will continue your trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Cosmo-sama.
Defining Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Sogi. My lord.
Cosmo.
He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Von Zeke's trials concluded today. But Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto.
And a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me down. I need information. Before, there's nothing else to check, right? I love checking everything. God, thank you, past me. Also, I'm like congested. Does Prosecutor Isogi believe that Lord Von Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Von Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors and the duress.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believe Lord Von Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
He must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly by the hands of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact of that revelation would have an impact of... And the impact of the revelation of the... And the impact that revelation would have on the British public would be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial in 10 years.
So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Isogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Von Zeeks entrusted me and treated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. with the son of the man von Zeeks has condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what comes around goes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Cosmo is?
I like my organization run smoothly, in a manner that I prescribe. As with this giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Yes.
So that's what all these gears are in here are all about.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Are you gonna kill Kazuma? Nothing, not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my. That's a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes?
I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Sogi?
Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I'll make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at this moment.
There's a new... Oh no, there's a new place. Von Zeeks, you in here, dog? Yo, what's good, man? How you doing?
Lord Von Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem he doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have been notified that we're here, surely. Hi. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Really? That's how you open up with? Perhaps not. How? I apologize. So, what can I do you for, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Von Zeeks, speaking earnestly. I heard the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
It does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes? It's sardonic, isn't it? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper of all these years. Played the part? What? So are you like being set up as it? Strongheart is really setting himself up to be the bad guy, isn't he? And like, if that's true, because Von Zeeks is like a pawn of Strongheart, right? You think he's just manipulating all this? And for what? Just so he can get to be Chief Justice? Because he isn't, right? He's just Chief Prosecutor right now, isn't he? I know he is. He is Chief Justice right now. I think he's trying some. You told me once that you gladly allowed people to believe that you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping... Oh, sorry. Sorry, John. Bleh. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts in your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence all about this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all of those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
Wow, you think Gregson?
What the what?
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure at the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No, that's crazy! What the fuck, Gregson? The Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals, meaning that...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Virgil came in. Posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing about the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street is almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
What? Well, if you name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
Wait, Shin? Sorry, I was so taken back. Her name is Asa Shin? Or should I say Assassin? Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin. The true name of the terrifying killer I only know too well.
Ah, yes. Her.
She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that the diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Wait, that doesn't make sense then. Well, she was in Japan for like a whole bit.
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
Iris knows, man. She clocked you right there. That's crazy. What the fuck? Also, her name is fucking wild. Her name is Asashin. Yes, she was a Japanese student who's posing as a British convoy, right? Or a transfer student.
Asashin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. Whoops. It was all in his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that. Only the best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy, at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems, and they were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a kinker? Carving out a kinker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint von Zeeks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Then why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen?
Genshin Asogi?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint von Zeeks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down the back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea what the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep! You're coming with us!
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured with scarves. Clint was not only from a noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathies for his younger brother either. I had been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Von Zeeks, alright! We've got him!
I could hear murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice. Just a whisper in my ear.
Bang! Whoa. You got shot?
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor. awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the fallen friend I held in such a high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Von Zieks.
And that's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Ugh. Yeah, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Von Zieks. What a cool character he is. He really is a cool character. He's just kind of racist, but he's like, he has reason to be racist, but also he's like not racist. Hey. You two. Mr. Mikotaba. Jigoku. 2nd of November. Great Waterloo Hotel for you.
I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling that you'll think the same tomorrow too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving at the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah. Hey, look who's here. And this is an unexpected pleasure.
Yay.
Father! Oh, so this is your daddy, Susie. How lovely.
Oh, what a charming young lady. And you are, Ah, really? You're the author of the great adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's has been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hee 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 hee.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew how bright she actually is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it's a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe this from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there.
Oh, no, don't misunderstand me. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a single step against Asogi. And, hey, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today, confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I had mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea to discuss matters further?
I wonder if Judge Jigoku has got to.
What? I wonder where. Okay, I was where. They say where. Not what. What doesn't make sense there? Yeah, Jigoku's not here.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper has yet to emerge.
Right. He didn't appear until after the case where the visiting students had already returned home.
Hey, Lord Von Zieksa was already in the dock today. That was Beric, the younger brother of Clint Von Zieksa, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you have heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was someone else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you just say Asashin?
Yes, an assassin.
You mean Giselle Brett, woman, who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed.
Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because that friend is a professional we talk about is Dr. John H. Wilson. You know. And that's not something we want Iris to find out. Now, do we? That's not like this anyway. Let's discuss it.
I just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder if you'd like to come too, Iris. Oh yes. You just tried to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yeah, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to that man for all the kindness he showed me back in my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I can say that with most certainty, that he was never the great detective's partner.
So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yeah.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon goes very well with the tea that they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Where's Jigoku? I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while. Have you?
Guilty!
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku once having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was, all tied up with this accursed trial.
The closed trial of Cosmo's father?
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to stand to testify. But he, got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my.
Wow.
He also had some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was, charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted, and, he returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes, talking about Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout we arrived in Britain. Uh-oh. Is one of them the culprit?
Hey, none of us had any idea what was coming when we took this, did we?
No, right? No, it couldn't have been them, because they arrived that day. Okay, sick.
No, that's so true.
What's up with them saying so true? Like, so this, that's so true. You know what I mean? Isn't it weird? So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial you're fighting. One way or another, it'll be over before long. Hey, when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do what?
What? Father, what is the meaning of this?
Hey, now, Sato, you should understand. You've seen how courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is at its infancy, especially when it comes to the defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really urgently, in fact.
But I haven't even been in London for a year yet.
I've read all of Sasato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Sogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yeah.
I guess she is. Hold up. Don't be sad about this. I just. Soon. Soon.
Oh, yeah. She's supposed to be Cosmo's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with the situation, though. You've always chosen your path, Sato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Father.
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes. All right. You won't leave, will you, Runo?
Oh, Iris.
The thought hasn't even crossed my mind yet. Up until now. I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Cosmo's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me?
Well, if you'll excuse me now. I've got a telegram the government ministers about, and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come by Baker Street sometime, won't you?
Oh,
We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion for consideration, won't you?
Yeah, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he loved the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yeah, no doubt. Asashin, of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Oh, hi. You're here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Helly, where have you been?
Why, I joined all of you for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom I can entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father is now just left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what my father sports would be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's no moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes?
Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I've been a very busy man. I certainly have no time to be hiding behind settees, and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this information in your hands, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left an unpaid bill of his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegram office at once. And I'll run to call the cab straight away.
And there was me, thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bills. Wait, I can't even look at the piece of paper he gave us? Hold up, my controller. My controller. Nope, can't even. Well. We can visit Mr. Visual now. The 2nd of November, the prosecutor's office. So, this is this is the office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in a dark corner.
It's a habit of his to sit Seiza style at whenever he's working.
Always playing chess with himself. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit.
Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, though. Envisaged it? I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Sasato's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, fuck. And about what happened with your father.
Then you have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
What? Because it's not to get it's not to get revenge on. Right? It's not to get revenge on Von Zieks, right? It's for like another reason.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Wow.
Well, I also have to examine everything here, so just chill out for a second.
There's Lord Von Zieks' incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though.
No, I've noticed you've been working on the little table from the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it'd been some kind of punishment set up by Lord Von Zieks when I first saw it.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting on my legs folded under me, I start to get all tingly.
Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Damn. Fuck. Okay, fine. I admit it. Shit.
That face is also crazy, isn't it? Let's see if he does it again.
Lord Von Zieks' fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about that. He has a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the cast to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, you must have a really tough time of it being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
No?
He's so particular about it, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it.
Yeah, look at this face he does. He's so, like, fucking...
That's dumb. You know, he is like that very like, ugh. It's so this because of this. You know.
So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird. Why am I so congested? But it's not like mucus congestion. It's just like my nose doesn't want to work right now. Do you know who the man in this portrait is?
Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Von Zieks' apprentice.
Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I suffered from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
Oh, he doesn't know he doesn't know that's his brother?
What the?
It's a scale model of the...
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, well, yeah, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you wouldn't have spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Be honest,
You enjoyed making that. Nothing particularly of note. I thought that was. Bats! Oh! Go, go. Ah! You disturbed the bats, didn't you? Fitting companions of Lord Von Zieg's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Delves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain a rank of judiciary here. Though bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. I was just thinking out loud. Sparrow makes sense. Sparrows are kind of sharp. But that's literally all I know them for. Sparrow sounds like arrow, and arrow is a sharp thing, like Kazuma. Cast from the ceiling to the floor, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged accordingly to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week they're taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Von Zieg's can't seem to settle on the perfect way to arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task far too important to entrust anybody else to it, so he does it on his own entirely. So he's a barrel of laughs. He's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. Fucking crazy, yeah. Look, it's your desk, Kazuma. Oh, I'm yawning still. Kazuma, look, your desk. Alright, well. Is that it? I tried clicking on everything, didn't I? Yo, Kazuma. It's great getting on. It's great. It's getting on a year for now. Since what happened on the SS Budia. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I had lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was in a little narrow room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on the deck, I saw that I was on a large steamship, and we docked at a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes. Yeah, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry out your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I can plan my onward journey to Great Britain. How'd you even get here, dude? Under just a year, all of my past memories lost to me. I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I escaped as a dead man. Nothing but clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually,
After calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity for purpose, or of purpose, showing itself again. I mean, the man who had lost his memories and literally had nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London
Wow, really? Well, yeah. That is crazy. That means he was working nonstop for like 7 to 8 months, and then he came over here. And then he got in contact with Strongheart or Von Seeks, and he was like, put on this mask. Keep quiet, do work. You're my apprentice now, or whatever, right? How fucked up.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd move heaven and earth just to get here at that point.
So, how'd you end up becoming Lord Von Zeke's apprentice then?
That can only become an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That was when the second feather in my cap came to play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law, so he took me back to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then, 9 days ago,
When he had the mask on? Yeah.
you finally got your memories back after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure, and that's my last memory of him.
He's very cool. I like his design a lot.
Genshin.
Look at him. He's such a cool man. And we're about to... I honestly think we're gonna prove him innocent, and I'm gonna start feeling real bad.
But what I remember the most about my father is his unwavering sense of justice.
Unswerving? Unswerving.
6 years after he left, a gentleman called out our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Mrs. Sato.
Oh my.
What if the professor was Mr. Mikotoba? Who knows?
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll forever be his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe in what he told me.
Oh.
One day, a letter arrived at our home from Bryn. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming that it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and that the writer cursed the Isogi name.
Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years.
From Bryn? Yeah, how...
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it had been a member of If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father was sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him,
What? Why not?
because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me that my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of considerations for my feelings. So, instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student, he faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. Yeah. Shit. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the sea to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
Holy, what we learned today in trial turned things completely on its head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Von Zeeks isn't a Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself is the victim was.
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activities all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Berg von Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he's merely
What? Really? This is... What? You believe that?
No. He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibilities for his actions. Of course he must. And I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
No, that's what you think? No, that's not right. So that's why he's doing this? Is so he can get revenge? Like, actually? Fuck. Is that what he truly believes, or is he just fucking with us? I really don't think he believes that. Yeah, we want to show more things. You want to see this picture I take?
Kazuma, what do you make of this?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence: the courtroom. So it seems that you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always going to have this edge over me, isn't he? Why would he be wearing the hairpiece then? Isn't that dumb? What am I supposed to show him? Like, he's seen all of this, right? Maybe we can just go over to, maybe we can just go over to Mr. Vigil. Because where's Iris in all this? Yep, let's just go over to Mr. Vigil. Maybe he'll give us something new. The second of the... Yeah, Iris is just hearing all this, and it's just like... Oh, this is your friend, Bruno. The 2nd of November, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Hey, you're here. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes. Thank you. Somewhat better.
Yeah, that's your voice now. I'm sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget.
The prosecution was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh, Cosmo beat us to it.
He said much the same to you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought this all upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keep it from Evie, my wife, all these years. I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned about my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me who helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up...
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more of your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
It is quite sad, isn't it? His whole thing. This notice caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps?
Let's see. Pay with good cheers, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that. You were spot on, Mrs. Sato. It is full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with a good cheer, though.
I once had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. It felt awful already. Why'd I have to suffer the sting of an injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear, what a terrible treatment.
Wow. You got a shot for a cold? I guess this is olden times, right? These will see the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from window. Remember to place cushions at the base of walls outside. Aren't we like a story off the ground here?
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil.
I couldn't help feeling that there's a better solution to this problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, if it turns out.
Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can it? Yes, I'm afraid it can.
That fucking sucks. Also, how like insensitive of the doctors.
There's all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving all of them in reach of someone like this, of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine that if you're peckish, you'd try some of the pills.
Well, at least there'd be a little lock. At least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worried that you break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato.
I don't know why you would expect do you expect that from me? Mrs. Sato? Do you?
Ah, the patient treatment notes. What do they say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose he's referred to the patient in this bed.
I would think so too. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well as just that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient suddenly open it for him and be like, be my guest? Say, be my guest? Shit.
Let's check with the doctor later.
Oh, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I didn't realize that they were used here as well.
I imagine that they were imported from Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before the arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle.
I see.
They contain a powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm!
I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself.
You think so? There are a lot of bottles in this cabinet here, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there?
Hee hee hee. If you're a patient here, I'm sure you take some medicine by mistake while you're half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I have no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were still half asleep as well.
There are limits to even what I can do half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. God, why do you really think I want these pills? I don't need them. Or want them. Naruhodo's a very nice man.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of sorts. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
The details of the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression. Just so everybody there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
Wow, you are here! Iris!
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes.
So, you always make a point to showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
Whoopsies.
As you know, I suffered this bruising on my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in Fresno at the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that was when I heard the gunshot.
I see.
It was midnight at June 17, 10 years ago. That was the scheduled time for the execution.
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dared to imagine what chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in and out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies were executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Once the coroner has confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. After that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again.
Wow, really?
When the executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. Chief Warner had the first sign the necessary papers, and after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. I would wait in the adjacent room for the word of the condemned was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin and nailed it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy had checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean, the coffin contained... Yes, I can only confirm that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was taken out through the main gates and deposited into the Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to get Genshin set free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I don't really know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't have possibly escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Interesting. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean? Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us about what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind the closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially establishing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw a short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe that what he'd done. So I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?"
I am guilty of unforgivable crimes of ending another human's life, yes.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual.
What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
What? Oh, Sogi's will.
As I said, it was on the night before his trial. He'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to leave a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah, his last will and testament then, I presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen his will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things. That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest from the country of the Empire of Japan. The powers that were to be determined. Wait, the powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception that you mentioned?
To the personal effects that he was allowed. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him?
Yes. That was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing material would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you hide behind your back?
Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen it. If you just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then. But what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon?
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to have vanished without a trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. Yeah, like he just shoved it in someone's prison cell?
I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Sogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all sent back to his family back home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And
you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found amongst his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right. though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, this Kanabe disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way? Because he wouldn't have known, right?
Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the present governor know to look for it? Oh, yeah, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed that he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asogi papers.
The Asogi papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal and the way you blocked it off from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I hope I don't appear rude, but
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will happen of you now?
well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm sorry. Don't be, please. This is of my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Oh! Before you go, there's just one thing.
Yes? What is it?
The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason.
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand.
Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed to be his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape.
If there's anyone who might know more about the document that Cosmo's father left behind,
it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. And we know precisely where to go. Back to Barclay Prison.
hey ma'am. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend.
You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really masterful, wasn't it?
I can't remember anything about it except that floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps. But did he really have to take it quite so far? Do I still have him in my court record? Mr. Floppy Lip? Yeah, I do. He's the same person, Your Honor.
Gregson. How could you fucking betray us, dude?
Alright, let's get out of here. We have to talk to you again. Where are ye? 2nd of November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. I heard all about you and about all your investigations. I've read the report just now. You found them, eh? Vigil.
Yeah, luckily.
Well, anyway, the laddie do not work here no more. So the case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about this.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, come here. You can very well. Hey, how about the weave handcuff biscuit?
Oh, these really are like little handcuffs. And the hot as iron, too.
So, what brought you doing here today?
Well, there's something we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
I believe we believe there might be a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think there's this called the Asogi Papers or something. Didn't we just say we weren't going to talk about them?
Did I not say? Gregson's death not to do with anything that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not flutter with irrelevant details.
His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. I don't have to look at anything in here. Cool.
That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hours, eh? A shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator in the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed his death. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe, and the chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal, when they say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I'd nearly like to say it, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think that he would try to jump from shock of his own crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You would deny say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I can shoulder all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let them deceive me. Actually, there is barely anyone who cans what went on at the time now. The Gregson have been murdered, and Dr. Sari forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors. Someone who obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I would dream of sending you packing with not Chimera. Just here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, would be rude to me to say no. Would want to go anemic. What is
I suppose, if there is anyone who might still can root about what happened back then. I beat that last from Friends Division, Maria Gori.
Maria Gori?
Aye, Sai's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee body followed her in her mom's footsteps, and he seen her without a scalpel in her hand.
Ah. Yes, her.
Mama. What is it?
Ah, where did she spring from? And did she call the doctor Mama? I don't know a voice ever yet. Dr. Sai's daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Sai's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
Aye, there is some family history, I'm sure, but I do not ken any ins and outs of it. She grew up with her mom working with bodies and of folk who die in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. And I don't understand what myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anyway, she was in charge of Gregson autopsy, I believe.
Right. The coroner responsible for the incomplete report.
Someone told me that the wee lassie always loved her mums.
Stories about cutting up bodies.
There is even a rumor that she used to listen to a funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there is a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Goria herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I am no happy about any part of this. It took years of Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up all these painful memories for everyone.
Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and do not come back here, hey?
So about these papers, you want to tell me about them?
How could you? How'd you come to know about that, laddie? There is no folk even here in the prison who would have heard of those papers.
Well,
I can't tell. Mr. Vision told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe that these papers are actually the last will and testament, is that right?
The professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, that's the end of the silent treatment? Well, after that convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Heavens no. You're off it. Have a cock there. You think you didn't quite got your facts straight? It was there in his cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here we are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with the calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions back to his son in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers?
Aye, of course they are. The papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There is no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all these stramash and the celestes of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
One more thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yeah? What?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you did now make no mention of them outside of this office, or rather, I would just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest level of our government.
I understand. All right. Kazuma, did you get anything sent to you? Interesting. I thought we were gonna get sent to. I thought we were gonna get sent to Maria Gori. Kazuma, I got something to show you, Kazuma. Just in a second though, Kazuma. I gotta save again.
Kazuma.
I, Genshin Isogi, hereby request that upon my death, that any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Isogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge I will never see my homeland and family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Kazuma, what do you make of this? Oh, really? Really? Nothing? Wait, really? Connection. There's one more thing I have to ask you. Huh?
Kazuma, this is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have the talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
Kazuma.
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure, thank you, my friend.
The Reaper, at last. I get to take my revenge.
Kazuma, Lord Von Zeeks is responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's a defendant, and deserving of a fair trial.
You mean, like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if this ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man what he really is.
Kazuma.
What do I show him?
This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report?
Yes, there was some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion that you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I've got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
By Barclay Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know of it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
For what?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Isogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. Only my slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name as a surname.
Really, Kadama. It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, my father was a visiting student here in London. He had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me. That I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor.
Aww. Aw.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I completely understand your resentment towards Lord Von Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events and this case are, well,
Unrelated? Is that what you mean to say? How can you be so sure?
what do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. And I'm going to prove it as much in court, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kadama. Or Kazuma, fuck.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey.
Cool, we gotta go to visit Miss Gory now. Miss Gory. We haven't visited this place sometime. Yeah, it's been like a week or two now. Hello? She changed it. It's all different. Wow, she decorated the fuck out of this place. She's into knitting?
This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, it has a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that in order to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject?
What was that?
Is she sharpening like her scissors or whatever? Is she a crazy scissor lady? Oh, that's her. Dr. Gory? Ooh, that's a cleaver. I don't know if
What?
that noise before?
I was sharpening my tools.
I
I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. The edge on them.
right.
When following the collagen fibers of the dermis, an extremely sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No. That wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so. Hello. Here's the thing. We also have to consider why did Scythe let Karuma, or why did Scythe let Genshin go? I'm gonna say there was an affair. How old is she? How old is this lady? Is she 16? Oh, look, your face. Oh no, she's 19. I didn't expect to see her face. "19, huh? No, Genshin wasn't in in London for that long, right? Yeah. I was gonna say like, he's her father. I don't think so anymore. Maybe still is a possibility. Those large jars seem to have pale floating things floating inside them. I suppose they're fruit liqueurs or something, or some kind of pickled umeboshi plums we bake back home.
Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that. Ah, the jar you're looking at contains monkey brains. Oh my. This composition is similar to the human brain. So, so, they make for an interesting study material. In the next jar along we have monkey...
No more monkey anythings, please.
If you say so. Oh dear. The time when I thought I still had some pickled umeboshi plums seems so long ago already.
I want to learn about monkey brains.
A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, they look completely innocent. So why is it when you have them all side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. It's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
Is it?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt.
What? You mean you sleep in here?
Autopsy is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I finish. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up sleeping on the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. Fuck. Why are you sleeping in here for? You really changed this place up. Look at all those bottles on the shelves in the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes.
Life goes, even when you're surrounded by death. Also, why do you have them next to the highly toxic stuff? At least they're not poisonous. Jesus. This looks different to before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of little charming dolls and the like around her workplace.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mom always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch these new dolls every 3 days.
Oh, right.
I used to make livers and kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
That's quite different from what I imagined.
Jesus.
Ooh, 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 ooh. That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know. And they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, that they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy amounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that Dharma doll on display in your office instead.
Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood on this has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are really skilled, aren't they?
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, mixed all together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best as I can.
You're strange.
I wonder who is the strangest.
Scary. Really? 10 different people? You joshing me with that? Okay, well, I think... Are we good? No, this is it. Cool. Really going at it with those. We actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She was so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe really has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope there's a wait. I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less dramatic way of making her listen. Look at this dead body. Oh. About this photograph, Dr. Gory.
Who's that?
Sorry? It's Inspector Gregson, of course, the victim of the case.
I see. I don't remember faces. Internal organs, muscle tissue, bullet trauma. I remember those are things I remember.
Well, please also try to remember that I don't want to know anything about all of that. Oh, I thought that was it. Oh, what the fuck? About this thingy. Dr. Gory, we actually came to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good. Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once. And very little mess. His joints dislocated easily. His muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there was one thing about the report that caught my attention. You didn't seem to have recorded a time of death.
Oh.
Aye.
That's not my fault.
Well, oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mayor Strongheart. The Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died died 5 p.m. on the 1st of November, when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Yeah, she was told to. Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Give it here.
Wow. Why is she scribbling so furiously? Also, really?
There.
You've written...
What she's written? Tell us. Tell us.
Indeterminate.
But...
Wow. What do you mean by that? Why is the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could have easily been coincided with the gunshot. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, presumably he'd eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of petrification. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then the fish wasn't... Then the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator, and I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such device. No, definitely not, but maybe a factory, or maybe some other special place. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't tell you for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No! In other words, it could corroborate with your previous deductions, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh, yes, and one other thing. It's something that the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. When she was like, what, 9?
That's not all my mother did.
Sorry?
My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint von Zeeks as well.
What? Really? The brother of Lord von Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided a vital clue that arrested the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint von Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on this dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder what you'd tell us if you tell us more exactly about what happened back then, Dr. Gory. You will? Whoopsies. Will you? Also, did I check the floor here? Yeah, okay, I was just wondering.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama was the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death in this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by someone too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there was some powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a whole lot of people for the prison knowing. Obviously, the prison governor must have been been in on it as well. But the big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? Yeah, what about Clint's autopsy? What about Clint's autopsy was did make it obvious? did You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Von Zieks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only there as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy!
Oh, wow.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Dr. Mikotoba! Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father.
Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know about the piece of evidence? Could you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
I like this girl. This girl's cool.
It'll be under V at the end, at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see. Von Zieks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Von Zieks.
There must be.
Perhaps someone took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor out of this room. But you're right, they're gone.
Well, when was the last time someone looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came by once saying that he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
What the fuck? Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
No, oh no, surely not.
Iris, that can't be right, can it?
I mean, he's already hiding so many things about it, though, right? Iris?
Runo. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now.
What? This is very sudden, Iris.
Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Oh. Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago. When that detective... You were with them, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes? You stole it!
Was I? I don't really remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when I get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. Please, I'm not gonna be dead the next time I see you. I hope. Actually, yeah, I can't confirm that. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint von Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all that we came to ask now. Scary. Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not. At least, not while she's armed. I like her. Oh, we're gonna go there, okay. Yeah, we gotta go here? Okay. What's happening here? Why is there a box here? Uh-oh. I think we're gonna have to do some, Is Sholmes gonna be here? The 2nd of November, room on Fresno Street. I know he isn't. The police are still busily investigating in here.
But Gina's nowhere to be found. Where is she?
Yes, it's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were in here, isn't there?
We can always take the time to investigate more thoroughly.
There is something different in here. How could you tell? What's this random box doing in here? Someone's contaminating the crime scene. My crime scene. Never mind. There's so many new things to look at. I already look at these. A photograph of Mrs. Vigil.
Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip.
Yes, he was extraordinary. He went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly.
Although, it doesn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me.
Now you say it, I have to agree.
It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character.
People really are hard to fathom at times.
Golly, they want me to look at everything. This revolver. Just who does it belong to?
Well, we know it's the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
But Gregson's own gun was found on his person.
And of course, Lord Von Zeeks has admitted to losing his firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, fuck. I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could be friends after all.
Then I wish you every success.
I don't know why I deserve for you to say that about me, huh? I never imagined that this little figurine will turn out to be a watch-winding key.
I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was a clearly brilliant man.
It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image.
I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hands, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. If it turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all, where on earth could he have been killed?
Well, one way or another, we must find out. For the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry. When I start thinking about all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind.
Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty.
Ugh. I have to. I'm a lawyer. It's my job. It catches your eyes as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yes?
They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb.
I'm afraid our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
Oh, Jesus, why did I read it like that? Ha. I suppose that's true.
You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
I wasn't. Why would you think that? I would never, me and my jet black hair. Using a candle as a timer device. It's very ingenious, I must say.
Yes. The culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then leave.
So then that loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Von Zieks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor.
Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine.
Yes, I've learned that lesson. I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure.
Which may not have done you any favors either.
What? Why wouldn't it? There are details of the case stretching over 10 years on his notice board. Yes, the history of Lord Von Zieks' defeats in court.
I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
Oh my. It really doesn't bear thinking about.
Okay, we're done. What is this box? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal, and it's very heavy. I wonder whom it belongs to.
There's some initials on the outside, look. TG. Tobias Gregson? Let's ask one of the policemen how it came to be here.
Oi, what you think you're doing here?
Is it Gina? Hey,
That's my trunk. That is, and hands off. Gina.
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. I leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Oh, just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Odo.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk's goes with me everywhere. Always was. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Yeah, where have you been? I don't have to investigate again, do I? Sick. Hey,
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Bludgers? You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals and what got off scot-free.
Yeah. The ones who prosecuted by Lord Von Zieks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously, it was that blooming Reaper giving the orders. What it did?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved with the killings?
There was a notebook off in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
at details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They won't flamin' let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh,
That's our Gina. Let's read it. I want it. What it say?
so you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names. A whole long list of them. The details of the bludgers supposed to have done in by the Reaper.
Wow.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was a full name I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Oh yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. The end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure that the date went against it. Against it was the 31st of October. Ah, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like any name I've seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, to put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept popping up over and over again. Shin. It was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Oh my god. Assassin! Assassin! She's back! This name is so dumb. It comes back every time and I'm just like, this can't be real. Really? Assassin? You're gonna tell me her name was Assassin? Really, game?
Did you say Shin? What? Does it mean something? Lord Von Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook.
That means he knew about... Okay, nope, he knows. He was in it.
He has to have. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. We're busy, aren't we? Aren't I? I've been busy, aren't I? Investigating and that. The lad at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cool what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Yeah. Yes, it was Mr. Vidju who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning up stuff. I've got me own ways of getting results.
Is that... Oh, shit.
When me and my partner here get together, there is nothing we can't track down. Oh, it's little Toad. That's his name, Toby. He's such a faithful little friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What'd you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and me hellhound dear. Right. Oh, because he's it looks so hellish honest.
The Hellhound. Oh, she calls him the Hellhound. That's so cute. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Pick him back up.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to detect Drebber's warehouse.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what the super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? So, this? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this... He might be a little too keen, don't you think?
The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Wolf. Ah, it looks like that's what he's gone to. Oh my, the trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too.
You always talk so proudly about Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that's a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough. That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time that you told us the truth about that trunk. Well, at least I showed the right thing, right?
It wouldn't like that. It just wouldn't.
Well, what are you talking about?
I know what's going through the head of yours, but that's not what happened.
What, that you stole it off of Gregson before he died? Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here get a whiff of the boss's overcoat. But as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had hidden between the two wooden boards as is the boss's trunk.
Wow. You mean when they heard the sound of a gunshot and all piled up in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Oh. Goodness, why would he do that?
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so it's all I did. I had nothing more, nothing less.
And would you Abbott Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus were the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's pretty decent. It's a pretty decent trunk.
What up? Give me a second, guys. What the fuck? I've never seen this notification before. Okay.
So I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that? Eh?
Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you talking about? I'm on the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe just examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed report of our examination of the evidence.
We. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Miss Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Oh, shit! Ah!
Toby Hoy, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage!
Ow! I got jumped by a fucking dog. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Mr. Sato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. You're here too. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly isn't relevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Yeah. Fight for me. I got fucking mauled by a small dog.
I'm so glad that there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Thank you. Did you bring me back here? What is this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So that was to compress sugar. So that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ah, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly shit.
Hee hee. Whenever you feel ready, then.
It's throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Yeah. What, you want me to talk to Sholmes? Gina didn't even come by. Alright, what do you want? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you had been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer or so had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I remember is that that dog was licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks would do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Oh, the box, right. We're supposed to look at the box, right?
Let's have a look inside.
Whoa. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means
That this was present at the scene when when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes?
to think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it could look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Could it? Deep red stain. Oh, what the fuck? There's a slash in it. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and straight to the metal behind it. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been damaged so badly, whoever made this gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Also, it must have been open, right? It can't have been struck and then closed. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing his travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go a trip abroad, I wonder?
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something that was... Oh,
What is it?
It's trial for the 31st of October. Just one day before the incident.
What? Really? He was gonna leave the country before then? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. I thought it said overseas though. There's a gash on one side. There's a blood stain on the other side. I don't think there's anything else. And there's a passport. Oh, no. And one additional person to travel. Oh. Oh, he got killed by that person. Who was person number 2? ACD 0522. From one date of departure, 1 week, within 1 week from the 31st, I see. Interesting. Where do we go next? Does Sholmes want to talk to us again? What do I do?
Oh, we have to go downstairs, right?
Alright, Sholmes, let's have some tea and talk. 2nd of November, Sholmes Suite. What the fuck is happening here? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, this is the old German folk song. Rather fine rendition, I think. I think that's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who is that that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Wait, what the fuck is happening? A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? The strains of reasoning within me are playing as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other, a more so theme of a great secret you're trying to desperately conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. As usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. By the time my own brief performance is over, I feel as if this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular! This scene is scary, by the way. I'm scared of this. What the fuck is Sasato's dad doing with the mask on and hunched over with a teacup in his hand? Firstly, we must consider this gentleman's nationality, clearly a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand which, when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all, and in such an apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you.
Indeed, we only need to follow your gaze to those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. The reason for this man's mildly irritated wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered the German guest a cup of your finest herbal blend, and the tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling of the flavor myself, if I may join the fellow in a state of elation. Iris, did you kill this man? I really don't like this, actually. Now on to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself to so thoroughly to the CT? SETI? As it happens a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have been proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office with a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein. The King of Germany. If my memory serves me, the mask worn by the gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question the mask belongs to the King of Germany. It doesn't. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch, indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. One, I don't think that's true. Two, it's not. Nope. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes. For the reason of your muteness is concealed within your knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for being quiet about the king's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we only need to follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eye to find the answer. You are attempting to abscond with this coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite teacup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me! I shall have the bill sent via governmental channels on the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup? God, really? Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rings in their ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something that does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. Sauter, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, actually, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one that you just described. According to that, at least, it wasn't the king of Germany, it was the king of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to the court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh, I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It would easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, it's our turn to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped. I'm still scared. This is scary. Please don't tell me that he's dead. Although, sorry, I fucking skipped that. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit that he might have slightly widened the mark on this time. Although it's clear that Iris definitely is hiding something, and we need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? Hold up. This is extremely scary. On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Firstly, we must consider this gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand what he did desist. So, why is this man here and apparently in such high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, you only need to follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. Rather, the reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea. No. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I'd like to try some. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Well, the cup's empty, that's for sure. I suppose this mysterious gentleman must have drank the contents. Iris's special blends are quite delicious, I agree. They always make my heart sing. I can understand wanting to vocalize those feelings, certainly. In fact, Mr. Naruhodo, I often erupt in boisterous laughter when drinking Iris's tea. Do I? Maybe I should take some lighter laughter lessons from Zasato in the near future. We know this mask. Oh, you're right. So, does this mean... No, I'm not surely not. I couldn't be, could it? No, it most definitely is not him. Oh, of course not. Thank goodness. But then, why is the gentleman now wearing it? I'm afraid, once again, I really have no idea. Anyways, it's a gramophone. Wait, this is a gramophone. Rather, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing, that can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Ah, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed! For no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call.
In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know?
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might be proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office with a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves me, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, it can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotts, the boy who you had in tears?
Don't remind me, or anyone else.
Do you suppose all the members of the
Aristocracy, yeah.
of mainland Europe wear his mask?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway.
The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we all know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
He was wearing this mask before. Where is he? Kazuma! Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Sogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make it sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languished on the metal chest for several days. Although that doesn't explain why this gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need to excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Hey, Mr. Mikotoba.
I don't believe it. Father!
Yeah. I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato, you must be mistaken.
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
is my unconscious father.
Yuji Mikotoba. Wow, she doesn't do this ever. Hey! Logic and reasoning. Or just looking and saying it. Why didn't we do this before? Yuji Mikotoba. Hey, what's up, dude? Wow. Which leaves us to one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed by this knapsack. So that 5-pound note poking out of Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence.
He certainly seems to like the silent type himself. Excuse me. Though judging by his present state.
There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps Iris was trying hard not to give away her eyes? Is something else entirely. Now that I think about it, Iris always wears that bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because she can't see it from the front. There are always 2 felt dolls attached to it as well.
Are there? I had no idea.
I don't remember ever seeing them.
Is it possible there's always a 5-pound note poking out of her bed? Poking out of her bed that I just haven't noticed before, too?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely.
The Parisian slipper? This slipper features in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, doesn't it?
It does. When I first saw it,
That's your voice. Shit.
it does. When I first saw it in there on the mantelpiece, I very near fainted with excitement. Shit.
Doesn't Iris keep her evidences in there?
Yes, that part was never mentioned in the stories.
We could swap it for the Japanese equivalent of a slipper for fun. In other words, for a metal Geta sandal. Ah, I see.
Then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside.
Which matters because...
A metal chest. It contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes, details of all the cases of Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly.
Iris insists that the chest be kept locked at times. She's never once shown me in the inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, it is.
That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen the chest unlocked before in the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Iris, you opened the chest.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. It's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, if I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. Oh,
No, Haley, don't!
Oh! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Haley! He's dead.
Never! Oh, Haley, I told you not to open it.
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence up until now is...
This is somewhat different from the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone in the ballroom floor. So I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't usually know the answer yet? You actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before?
So, Mrs. Otto, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely to try to rescue the situation then.
Wow, the skirt.
Iris always dresses in frilly clothes, doesn't she? I've always thought this skirt was rather delightful.
It's pretty sizable with all those frills. Sizable enough for a sizable secret?
You seem to be rather fond of that idea. But you certainly can't go investigating further. Does it look like that's what I was thinking? The way you said it, kind of. Jeez Louise. Oh, there is 2 dolls on there. Oh, that's cute. For some reason, this knapsack is really standing out as suspicious to me today. Oh, is it? It's quite sizable enough for a sizable secret. That's what I say. Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it to look inside without Iris's permission.
No, you're right. Who knows what might pop out and punch us?
Your goggles. Your goggles are the secret. It's the key, whatever this key is. That's a key she's holding. Look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hand before. No, you're quite right. It appears... It appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence up until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before, just before you called out to try to stop them, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is that key in your hands now, no doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo! So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened the metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about that stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why is he wearing Kazuma's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can only think of one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Yeah. Consider how this room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest completely unaware of what awaited him, the mask flung into the air just as he did, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. Are you serious right now? That teacup, the teacup's journey through the air also ended up caught on this unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that stylish scarf actually was just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, how about I make us a fresh pot for us all?
Objection!
Whoa. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of this show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you cast your eyes back to the earlier deduction, Iris clearly was hiding a great secret. Ah! Is she? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So, I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond that coffee cup! It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Mr. Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else.
Let's put our observation skills to the test to see what this for one final time then.
Mr. Shom's favorite coffee cup. Or what's left of it. Just the handle. It's obvious. It was obviously hurled into the air along with Mr. Mikotoba. If only it had been this cup that caught in his finger before it hit the floor. Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide, it's clearly not this handle.
Well,
surely this time, at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm not really sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag. It's big enough for a sizable... Enough with things to carry around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for.
so knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean?
I really wouldn't like to say.
Can I not look at the coffee over there? Or the tea over there? The very suspicious tea? Why does it look like that? God, sometimes this camera is so... Oh, whoa, what's that?
Ah, look! There! It seems to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them from underneath the tray? The insignia. Mr. Naruhodo. It's the official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document? Wait, if she has this, why is she...
Take that!
Hey!
You were attempting to abscond that case file.
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh, no.
Oh, great.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Von Zeeks had gone missing.
Clint Von Zeeks. Yes. I do seem to recall.
That's some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers that you have there... I'm sorry.
Oh, forgive me! Oh, you stole it! Thief! Get her!
Get her! She's a criminal!
In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted this booby-trapped chest.
But it caught me completely off guard.
I was very nearly the late consulting detective, Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report is really...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it...
It was because it was her dad's?
I knew it was Daddy, yeah.
But the writing...
Your father's writing. Do you really mean...
What do you really mean? I mean...
Iris?
It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though this poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Yeah, what the fuck? Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yeah, of course. I'll help you carry him. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. I have tea to enjoy. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris' brew to stew.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable by dragging him upstairs like a trunk.
I wonder. Perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the time to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. Iris? Also, why the fuck was that chest booby-trapped? Is it because it was like no one can see it? No, we can't have anyone see this. I mean, yeah, I guess she would be the one that would be like upset about it. Your daddy. Would you like to tell us about it? Would you like to tell us about Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? Daddy used to be Haley's partner. Yes, and that notes all about the cases they solved together are kept inside the metal chest. That's right. Haley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way to describe it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest to read the papers inside, I started to build the picture in my head of what Daddy must have been like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree. What the fuck? Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing I can never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on the notes that he'd made about his works with Haley. But then one day... That's when it happened, isn't it? When you saw the autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Isn't that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught our eye. When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I knew that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. So I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that this was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it in there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. That was Daddy's. And the signature on the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned that Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories about Daddy's exciting times with Haley. I decided there and then I would write the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Sorry. It's very cute. My voice. Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories you had kept, so you had the idea is where the fuck am I getting you from?
I had no idea the stories had quite such a personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law and to get her hands on it.
Time to go to jail. You broke the law. I must apologize, Iris. Or is this the unconscious?
Hey, I must apologize, Iris.
Is it? Yeah, it's Sholmes. This is really all my fault.
Helly,
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it until we get there. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris, yes, seriously. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
Oh, shit! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Otto? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago? The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing
It's Sholmes' writing. What?
This writing
It's on my... Oh, it's... What the fuck? Huh? Oh!
Wait! Then Mr. Mikotobo was Sholmes' assistant. Right? What? Professor Mikotoba is...
Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows!
No! I don't know anything! What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Mr. Mikotoba, then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely.
Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yeah, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago, when Father returned to Japan after his extended study in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged?
Of course! He was an assistant to Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work was completed, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Miss Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed that the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson? Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation.
Also, can I look at it? Clint Von Zeeks, 33, nationality British. Time of death, May 31st, between 9 p.m. and midnight. A single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere else in the body. John H. Wilson. Huh? What? Hold up here 1 second, guys. Let me check something real quick. What? What? What the fuck? What was inside his stomach? Did he eat something? He ate something. You're telling me he ate something? Your partner was Mr. Mikotoba then! Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what's this supposed partner of yours? Does he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I have truly called a friend. Did this partner of yours truly make a document of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? They're not. Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned in the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written by, though not signed by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have had to be Yuji Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... that was all spoon-fed to me, dude. Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba, this is crazy, by the way. Are you kidding me? Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, God, no. Oh, dear, I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father.
Of course. This is so obviously too much for Mrs. Sato to take in.
I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago. 16 years ago, Sholmes.
Yes, quite. 16 years ago. These two voices are on opposite sides of the fucking spectrum, dude.
Hey, I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
But rents are devilishly high in that particular area.
That's right. So I decided I need someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging in my curiosities for a little gain.
And, the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, It was a mere 6 years. We had so many great adventures.
But in the last year Mikotoba's stay in Britain, the most infamous of cases presented itself. The case in which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the professor killings.
After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronoloca remain in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father?
Goodness, dear. What a cutting look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is...
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Oh, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
What? Are you also Iris's father? Did you cheat? Are you a cheating man?
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you!
Ah, what the fuck? No, she's not Japanese.
Upon my word, Mr. Sato. Oh, are you just Iris's dad? You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have... Wait, no. Wait, what? Huh? Huh? What? You two have come upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? Mikotoba's not having this. Yujin is not fucking having this.
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And then you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour in Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris? Oh, there it is, Sasato's ice-cold stare.
Hey, what the fuck? Sholmes, what the hell? Hold on a minute. It was very, very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain it nicely exactly what it is. There it is. The eyes go from a ice cold to red hot just before she...
No, really, you must have the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. What the fuck?
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Also, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is it not obvious my partner and I must pursue our natural enemies? So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot!
Hey, but Sholmes, I really must give Sasato a full explanation, I think.
Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. Our home... I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What?
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you're acting on everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely.
Sasato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your work here is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yeah. Yes, Naruto. Oh, what was your voice? Hey, good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision.
A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
So many things happened today. Fuck.
End? No, not a end? No, to be could.
Uh-oh, guys. We are coming up on the finale of Ace Attorney a lot faster than I think we were.
End? Holy shit! Yes, please. This next case is about to be fucking wild. Holy shit. Oh my god, sorry. Jeez. I'm so like in shock. I haven't been able to like react to everything properly. Oh man. The game's ending a lot faster than I thought it would. When he fucking said resolve in that final cutscene, I was like, wait, resolve is like the end, is the title of the next chapter. And then it said, oh god, we're reaching the end of this game. Oh shit, it's hitting me now. I really like this game. This game is really good. I'm like super enjoying it. It's just like everything is it's coming together. Yujin is Shom's partner. Iris and Susato might be half sisters. No more silly hustle. Yeah, no more. Finally. Thank God. Holy crap. What a fascinating game. It really is. It really does do a good job of like setting itself up. At least these like last few chapters have been so like, you know what I mean? Like they've been so like everything is just like pow pow pow. Look at all these stuff. Pow pow pow. Kazuma's dad. Pow. He was probably already innocent. Pow. Damn. Strahd is gonna be evil. Pow. You know. Corruption. Pow. That's what it's setting itself up to be. And I don't want to like set expectations too much, just because I want to keep myself fully engaged. You know what I mean? Seriously, I can't wait. I legit can't wait. We're probably gonna be done before the end of the year. Let me check the dates real quick. Yeah, probably before the end of the year. Thursday does fall directly on Christmas.
So if we don't finish it in next 2, then a New Year's Ace Attorney stream would be funny as fuck, because the week after that is New Year's. Yeah, right? It's just like, that's what's happening. To be fair, I will say, because I've stated this opinion before on this game, I didn't really like Chapter 2, and I didn't really like Chapter 3 either, to be fair. They both felt like very, like, setup-y, like, not even setup-y, they felt very, like, minute in terms of, like, the whole story. Like, I barely remember 2 in the first place, right? And I barely remember 3 in the first place. Like, 1 stuck with me pretty hard. Well, as, like, a tutorial case, and also Susato in a uniform, right? But then, like, Chapter 2 was, like, the one with the... Chapter 2 was the one with the girl, right? And then Chapter 3 was the machine one. To be fair, the machine... Okay. Chapter 3 was really good in the last, like, 30 minutes of it. The last, like, hour to 30 minutes of that case was amazing. But, like, the rest of it just felt very, like, oh, yeah, we're doing this. This is all this is happening, yeah. It's just, honestly, yeah, kinda. Maybe we'll get to see it again at some point. Maybe during the credits. Oh, we're right there. I can't believe it. And more than me being, like, sad that the game is ending soon, right? It's also me, I don't have another game to play on Thursdays. I thought we were gonna play this game for a long, I thought this game was gonna extend into... I thought this game was gonna extend into the New Year's. Shit. What do I do? What do I play now? Shit. Yeah, it is. All the Yuri jokes. Yeah. Where else can I make Yuri jokes now? I don't know. Ah, jeez. But yeah. I think I'll have, like, more concrete thoughts on it when it all ends, right? But also, that being the ending of that, it is part 1 of, like, a bigger case, right? I was wondering why they included 5 chapters. It's because I'm assuming the last episode is one giant trial. Which, you know, I'm totally down for. I love trials. Trials are my... I prefer trials more than investigations, but I do like investigations too. I was just really tired today, so I was kind of like, ugh, about it. Ever play NS? What is NSO? What is that? The Nurse Service Organization? Oh. No. But I'm not really interested in it. I think my brother owns it, right? If I search up Needy. Yeah, I own it. My brother owns it. I'm not interested in being a nurse, but I appreciate their contributions to the world. Also, to be fair, I like, yeah, I'm not really interested in this game. It's just like, you know, it's like a simulation game with like multiple endings. To me, it's not that engaging. To me. Which is like, it's okay. It's fine. Like, I understand it. It's also because I've like watched, I didn't watch like a full playthrough of it. Like, I don't remember what happens in the game. All I know is that the girl's sad, she like streams, and then there's like a bed button. That's all I remember. think it's mainly because there's like I don't think there's a coherent story to it, not that I know of. And because of that, I'm just not I'm not sold on it. What do I play? What other do I have other detective games? D D D D D D. Always and also never. Oh no. Oh ooh. Ooh. Oh no. The Fly is back. Well, so let's just put that away. They're all art. They all equally pop up as art. Oh look, it came back. Oh no, it's gone. Damn. Playing so many. I've been spoiled by so many good detective games recently. I'm like remembering all of them now. I'm like looking through my list of like the ones that I already played. Stafford Case is really good. Too bad Stafford Retro isn't coming out anytime soon. Yangtze River was amazing. Stafford Case, Yangtze. Somnium Files was okay. I guess the only one that I'm kind of like about is One Bit Heart, because One Bit Heart was not good. Fuck, I feel so bad for saying that every time, because I know that game has like such a loyal fan base, and I don't know if it's because it's an RPG Maker game, or like it's because it's Miyoshiba, but like that game has such a cult following, and I feel so bad for hating it. Disco Elysium was good too, but it was for me. Too many political jokes for me to understand all of it. Truly, actually. But I got the best ending, so I'm okay with it. Too many like big political ideas, too many big words for me. I did say something about that. I just didn't. Yeah, right. I was tired, and I still was tired. By like 3 hours in, I was very tired, but I was just like, fuck it. Sunk cost fallacy, you know? Let me finish this part. And I'm glad I did, because if it's just gonna end there, I think I really do think next stream or the stream after this one, right? We're gonna finish Ace Attorney, which is fucking wild. Really is. It is a big stream. It is gonna be a big stream. I'm gonna do my best to make it as like low key as possible. I don't want it to be like this giant event. I just want it to be like, oh yeah, 200, woo. Here's some new things, and yeah, go off. Why? Let me see. Raincoat is 50% off. That makes me not want to do it. Makes me very like, oh no. Oh. Let's see. I guess this game has been on my feet a lot recently. Detective Instinct. I like to play this game. Oh, it's already on my wish list. This game, there's another Japanese one. Oh man, I can't wait for this game to come out actually. Magical Girl Danganronpa. It's gonna get a fucking... It's gonna get a... What is it called? It's gonna get an English translation like next year. Play that like in like February or something. Don't tell me what to do. Ah! Uh-oh. Did I open big picture? Whoopsies. You hear that? How loud that is? Why did I open big picture mode? Hold up, give me 1 second. Power. Hearing so much like... I'm glad you're excited for it. I'm glad you're excited for it tomorrow. But hearing all this anticipation makes me not want to do it. Straight up. I just like... Ugh. I'm being so real. What if I just like didn't stream? I hearing that. I just don't like hearing it because I don't like expectations. Period. You know what I mean? I think that's all it is. We'll get ready to be sad. God damn it. All right, well. Oh no, it's happening. Perfect timing, actually. Wow. Internet. The internet wasn't fucking up at all today until just now, so cool. And it's nice because I'm ending. All right, well, talk about schedule, and then I get out of here. Cause I want to go to sleep. Actually, I'm tired. Next stream is on Friday, not Saturday or Tuesday. Next stream's on Friday. There's not gonna be a Saturday stream, and then the stream after that's Tuesday. Tomorrow 200. Things will be happening. I'll reveal some things. Yeah. I'll reveal some things. Art will be happening, and hopefully I'll be talking to. About to just cancel Terraria. That game's taking too long. We've been stalling there for like the past 2 weeks. I don't know. Will it? Okay, I don't know. Who knows? There's so much stuff I have to prepare for that, actually. So, not a lot, but just like... There's things I haven't thought of yet. I don't know. We can't give up on it. We're legit. If we lock in, we're like a stream away. We could end it next stream. We can do more Moonlord next time, like straight up. We do Lunatics, and then we do Moonlord, and then bam. Fuck no. If we take more than if we take more than one stream on that, if we take more than 3 hours trying to do EOL, I'm not sitting there. I'm not doing it. That game's gonna make me go crazy the more I think about it. Also, half of that time is just gonna be us waiting for fairies. Well, yeah, we're on like extra hard mode, and then you got like difficulty multiplier plus 0.5. I'm willing to just skip it and then do EOL on my own time. That's what I'm gonna do. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta leave. I got things to prepare. I got sleep to get. Don't be excited. I legit don't want people to be excited because I hate it. I hate seeing people excited about things. It makes me mad. I hate it when people like things. What up? I hate it. God. It's like going to work. It's like going to school. I have to come on here, show myself, present things. It's like doing a presentation. I gotta stop streaming. At 500, I quit. Yes. Yes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yes. Do I need to? you know what I mean? How much more do I have to stream? Never. I don't have to stream. I just like force myself to sometimes. But like when's that? You know? Realistically, how much more like streaming is already what I don't want to do, right? I'm not like streaming wise, I'm not like a creative person. It's just me coming onto a stream and playing a game. And to be fair, that is what most people do on a stream, right? They just sit here and play a video game all day. And I'm like, that's great. But like everybody's doing it. There's no money here. Me from like 3 years ago should have taken a fucking business class because he would fucking realize immediately that this market is fucking flooded. Too many people here are doing the same thing. There's no way to be unique. Unless, I mean, no, everyone's unique. But like the concept of it, you know? Concept of it. I need to stop. Being a streamer puts too much distance, or puts too little distance between me and the people who watch me. I don't need all that. God help me. I gotta get out of here. All right. I'm tired. I gotta quit. Go.